Now I'm going to move you to Amber Heard's damages. With respect to Amber Heard's claims for damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to look at the reputational harm and economic loss that Ms. Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020. And
she doesn't know it's on behalf of Mr. Depp. She doesn't know that.
And what materials did you review?
She doesn't know it was on behalf of him.
Again, many of the same materials that I reviewed for Mr. Depp's case, which was the deposition testimony, the pleadings, the discovery, all of that was included, as well as expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media campaigns that were created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's agents. I read their depositions. I talked to her publicist. I read her deposition. I talked to Ms. Heard herself to get a first-person accounting of what happened from her perspective after those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at the, again, emails back and forth and texts back and forth with the studio, Warner Brothers, and other producers that the management team is working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Okay. Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page going through it. The jury has seen the 3 defamatory statements. They're defendants 1245, 1246A, and 1247. And I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good. Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements.
So Amber's had a long career for someone who is not, is fairly young still. She was in over 50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions.
How many of them nobody cared about?
50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were strategic as she started getting more work, that they wanted her to work with better and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is the bigger scale movie, and then, of course, Aquaman and Aquaman 2. So her career was following a very nice, steady rise. And she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
No, she wasn't.
Was Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic film ever.
That's true.
Now, what, if any, accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make sure we don't get confused.
Right. So in Aquaman 1, there were many emails from the director and the producer. And
Objection, hearsay.
She's just characterizing, Your Honor. She's not quoting them.
Well, I don't know where it's going. I'll overrule at the moment.
Thank you.
She got email from the producer stating that they loved her performance.
Objection, hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can summarize them or characterize them. Can you do that?
Accolading emails? Emails of accolade from her, from the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled as to that.
It's just like, this is such horse shit.
What type of press opportunities did Amber
This contradicts an earlier testimony.
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after The Danish Girl, after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was, of Marie Claire or Elle in the UK. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico and Australia. They were, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of press. she did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also in the press.
I'll be right back. I got a ball. I got a.
And were some of those California Style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape, Glamour?
Yes, there was a lot of them.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them, so I'm not, don't remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines, both here, the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then it
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
So the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made, and which then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
Now, what factors relating to social media does the entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor or an actress in a film, because they want to know how the general public feels about them. They want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's positive social media, that's a good thing for the actor. When there's negative social media, it can be very bad, because not only can social media be directed at the actor or the actress themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the movie company, towards the product that the actor or actress is working with. So it becomes very complicated, and it can get very messy to continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of negative social media around them.
Okay. And after the Depp Waldman statements, what happened on social media?
After the Depp Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and, Facebook posts and Snapchat and trolling, as we call it. It was just negative. According to Mr. Schnell, there was over 1.2 million negative tweets about Amber using hashtags that used the words in the statement of the Depp Waldman statements, excuse me.
Okay.
That 1.2 million negative statements between April of 2020 and November or January of 21. That's a lot of negative publicity, and there was just a lot of what we call noise around Ms. Heard and her work of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
Oh, here we go.
A negative social campaign would be when
boomers explaining social media
fan base, or in this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts.
We're bots, by the way.
Are individuals.
Yep, here we go.
As what we call
Objection. Bots. May I be heard?
All right, here come.
What a stupid fucking thing to say. I don't think there's anything that's come out of this woman's mouth that wasn't fucking stupid. Like, I don't think there's a single thing that she said in this entire fucking testimony that wasn't completely fucking stupid. Like, I don't even know where to begin. I actually started writing down every single thing that was stupid because I lost track. Like, I actually did. I completely lost track. She says Pirates doesn't exist. Can't say Johnny. No, it's not about the Aquaman 2 or anything like that. It's like, number one, all of these people saying all this good stuff about Amber Heard, they already said a couple of days ago that Amber Heard didn't get more roles after Aquaman. It didn't give her the boost that they thought it would. Remember that?
Other than the bots, please describe the rest of the social media, the negative social media campaign.
It directly contradicts it.
The fan base was very energized by Mr. Is it the Depp Wald?
Yeah, let me just
have nothing to do with her.
I'm sorry, there's a lot in my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different question. How has the negative social media campaign been used against Amber Heard since the Depp Waldman statements?
Great. So the negative campaign has been used both to, let's fire Amber off of Aquaman, to the product that she had an endorsement contract with L'Oreal, the makeup, and every time that L'Oreal mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even the
people didn't like her.
The charities that she was involved with were getting hammered, if you will, or bombarded by negative social media, which made it difficult
involved
to work
with,
with
not
Amber on
donated
any
to.
level because negativity was brought to their product, service, or film.
Okay. And is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking
That's
a little
us,
bit
guys.
before, I think, about
We're part of it.
remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Depp-Waldman statements?
Again, the statements, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags. Right, so if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
Like Amber Turd?
How difficult is it for an actor to repair
That's explicitly
this type
untrue.
of negative social media?
Well, first of all, it has to stop. Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently in both. Maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it can take
like Mel Gibson.
2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop.
Right.
It just needs to stop so that they can, the consumer can get beyond it and then they can reactivate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp-Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative.
Yeah.
In the industry, they like her work, but they can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the TV show or the product. So her world has been silent in terms of opportunities and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp-Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe, but up until that, no, she has not worked.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out of Aquaman, what should her opportunity? What would you have expected following the release of Aquaman, December 2018?
She played no important role
to what's going on now.
Like, what do you mean?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now
That's a weird way to pronounce Jason Momoa.
Because she was in the most successful film.
That's a really
almost
weird
of all
way.
time, if not all time, and certainly for DC
Well,
Comics.
I've never heard it pronounced that way.
She was on the poster with the very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was strong and beautiful, and it was just this extraordinary moment for her career to take off, right? Her agents were excited, the producers were excited. Everybody just wanted to hit the ground running and let's do more. Let's do more work.
Then why didn't they?
What, if anything, happened to Amber's participation in Aquaman 2?
So for a moment in time, in February 2021, there were conversations that Amber's, I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team fought very hard, and they ultimately ended up hiring her, but also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the director, committed to her in an email saying, if we are involved in this movie, you will
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
No, sustain the
Don't
objection.
say
I thought he
what
said he
the
didn't
email
want to
said,
work with
just
her.
summarize it or describe it,
Oh, okay.
please.
I'm sorry. I'm
I
just
thought
trying
he
to
said,
understand
yeah, I
this
thought he
one.
didn't want to work with her. I thought he didn't
so-
like her.
Her management team worked hard.
Yeah.
And Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard
I think
to be in the
that's,
film.
Your Honor, she has to be able to say that.
But
Wait, I don't
sustained is
understand
because
this.
Next
Right.
question.
So, what if any
this
assurances
expert gossiper?
did
Yeah.
Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she would be in Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Momoa just followed Johnny on Instagram too?
What, if any, are you aware of any chemistry issues between Amber and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had good chemistry. Obviously, when you look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry.
People
So,
said the
I
opposite.
think it's general awareness that they had great chemistry.
No, it's not.
And what, if anything,
Does she live on
would
the
also
moon?
suggest, with respect to Aquaman 2, that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
He wanted her in the movie.
Okay.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she has to be able to rely
Sustained. I'll strike it from the record.
No, there it is.
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you, in all the record evidence, did you see that the producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
I did not see any evidence of that.
Okay. In fact, the opposite, correct?
Correct, again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking about with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Ah.
Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
Sometimes I would assume so, yeah.
You may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up.
Yeah,
it can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%. It could double.
Right.
And in the case, as Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony, that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors' agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X.
Right, yeah,
and that's
obviously.
very standard in the industry
All
to
that makes
renegotiate your
sense.
contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What, if any, other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2.
Good.
Do you know roughly how much more?
It went out
It's
from
outside of the scope.
Somewhere between $3 and $4 million to $15 million.
Fuck yeah.
Did Amber have a contract
There it is.
for Aquaman 1?
Yes.
How much was she paid
My
for
man.
Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
Okay. And and
Yeah, it's his
did that
fucking
same
movie.
contract provide
He made
for
$1
if she
billion.
was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2, it was going to be $2 million.
All right. Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract but for the Depp Waldman statements?
How would you
Aquaman 2,
possibly
I'm
know that? Like,
Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially.
Don't
up to
even
$15 million.
compare it.
Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the movie, but she certainly could have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
didn't they say that wasn't true? The people that did the
Now,
the
why
movie?
would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
It's only a foundation.
Okay.
Yeah, so they
What
yeah, they
usually
said that already.
determines- Are you able to speak to whether Amber should have been or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple things. Just,
I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
yes.
Okay. And please tell the basis of that and then your opinion.
So there's two things. When two actors do well in a romantic relationship and, you know, they get married or they're going to have a baby, you know, you want to follow that through, because part of what did well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world was, one of the main posters was of the two of them together standing proud and strong, right, being that couple. And so naturally, as you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she had a strong romantic arc through the entire film, and then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script. So she was featured predominantly throughout the script of Aquaman 2 when she first read it.
All right. And then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when her colleagues were getting the scripts. She heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act 1. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence.
I find that unlikely.
And then when she got to set, two things happened. One, the costume designer said, I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. Go ahead with the second one. That's all right.
Maybe
more
they cut it
importantly,
because nobody
this
gives
big
a shit
action
about her.
sequence that she was going to do at the end of the movie, in the third act, was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
Don't spoil
I haven't
it.
seen the movie yet specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
All right. And when you say she was in the hospital, what do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or had something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just going with what Ms. Heard told me about, was that she ends up in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all of the interactions with Momoa's character and certainly the action scenes were taken out.
Okay. From what I was
How has Amber
told.
typically been involved in promotions?
So she
for
never
her
saw
films?
it.
As we talked about earlier,
Yeah, so she never even
actively
saw
involved
this.
in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they tour the world and the actors tour together and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was, on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen, we call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also, very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it was a DC fandom event, which was a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority of the actors that had strong roles in film, to participate, both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom.
It makes
and
sense.
Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
Now, can this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Of course.
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions?
The
for Amber?
Depp-Waldman statements. Wait a minute.
Prior to the defamatory
Wait,
statements,
what?
But either around the
How are you
after
gonna just...
or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the TV show called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel. So, big book.
Oh my
God! Going to be a big TV show. And again, Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
Yeah.
And what, if any, plans were there to have Amber Heard on the cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp-Waldman statements?
Right. So Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show, and they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story, and they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any. So yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't.
All right.
Has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp-Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for a good period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
Okay. Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles since the Depp-Waldman statements?
No.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp-Waldman statements?
What philanthropic?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for.
Oh my God!
But they decided
this is so shameless.
Be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity campaign starts up again. So she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
I can't believe this.
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for print promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with the product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's
I want to see the cross-examination on this one.
Not just on the film, but also
Oh my God.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Right?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years.
That's nothing.
They were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work. And then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer had her do public events for the product. And it basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Well, I think that's true. That's probably what they said.
Have the Depp Waldman statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work, so she's not out there in the public eye related to the product.
But they
And
extended it.
They have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop.
That's not going to
So
happen.
they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess
Can you
Amber's
imagine the
losses as a
anti-wizard
result of the Depp Waldman
If they
statements?
put him on the stand,
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
oh my God.
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career
they
directly,
put him
so I
up
wanted
there?
to see, as I said earlier, she worked
Oh,
consistently, and then she
no.
was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman, and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project, and then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame. Grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw, after they had their Star is Born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went. So I looked at several actors to see, including Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film as Aquaman came out.
What a
And why
joke.
did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common methodology in the entertainment industry to work with what we
Yeah,
call
he was
comps.
already
I think
well known
this
from
boss
Game of
would even
Thrones.
use that word comp.
People loved him. He was my dad's favorite character.
With films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can kind of, it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Okay, here we go.
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked
Don't
at
look at
Jason
Henry
Momoa,
Cavill.
her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who was is in Wonder Woman. I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner?
Thank you, Blade Runner.
don't know
I
about
looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the similar age range, all attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all able to do stunts. So there are not that many actors to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a small pool to work from, but I took a wide range from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially
Not as
happen.
much
to the
longer.
search.
Yeah.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya.
What a
did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
I'm about to
I did.
pop off.
And
Just
what, if
go
any,
on break.
opinions have you formed in reviewing
Go on
Mr.
break.
Banya's analysis
Stop.
regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess what happened
my
in December
God.
of 2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis. But when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation.
Okay.
And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out, so like right after the success of their big film,
Yeah.
what was their Q score, but moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals' box office success with a particular film. You look at the Q score high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops say, a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event
Okay.
that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparison show in terms of films that those actors had been in since
I'm about
their
pop
breakout
off.
roles?
I'm about pop off. Let's go.
I'm talking about the comparables.
Come on.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their stars
Unrelated
born
to Q scores.
Right.
Okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their career went after their Star is Born moment. Then they got some other good films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well.
Yeah.
So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
And what does this mean for Amber?
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually, unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event, her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year. But it would be very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals? of
That's
these
fucking
actors with
funny.
Amber?
You know, again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies.
That
or
is
after
funny.
Their big series of movies. You know, Jason Momoa is on, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and Ana de Armas. They've all done either a couple or many, and all of them have associated with a large brand. Unlike Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She certainly didn't get any others.
So what did your analysis show with respect to
Oh,
Amber
my
Heard's
God.
losses, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant if we follow the
Oh,
trajectory
my God.
of her, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman 2. What would she have realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right?
Yeah.
So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents
Oh my,
were
bro.
very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
Oh,
2
right.
to 4, you'd said before?
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. What about other films?
That's fucking.
So once as Amber's agent,
Oh,
Ms.
my God.
Kovacevic.
I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million from
Mm-hmm.
Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done. So
Yeah, sure.
any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on the success of Aquaman and how much press she did, maybe she worked on another great director, independent film, whatever, that $2 million for a studio film and had it jump to $4 million with the renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film, would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Which she should have.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory statements and the negative campaign. She got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show,
Oh my God.
given rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa's in his TV show got $1 million. So there's
a good show. I watched
an exponential range of where she could have gone.
All right. What about endorsements?
Same thing. All the other actors were doing over the course of a couple years period.
Bad science, yeah, it's just
anywhere
stupid.
from 5, 6, 7
It's
other
ridiculous. It's
endorsement
fucking
deals.
stupid. Like,
and Ms. Heard realistically should have gotten endorsement deals in other categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup, but maybe water or clothing or jewelry
I'm about
or
to, oh man.
wellness, or it could have been anything else. And so she too should have, with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been associated with.
And what would that have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million
Oh my God.
for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're looking at an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statement.
This is so funny.
To now.
How can you be this fucking stupid?
And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet,
wow,
it will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts, it would have been over time.
Of course.
What, if any, losses relating to production or film activities?
Well, again, these other actors that we looked at, and there's a wide range of them. Some of them did bigger films and some of them did gigantic films, but it is very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman-style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises, as we know, go 4, 5, 6 films, or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least 1 film a year at a minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated.
Johnny owes her $50 million.
It's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume and to believe that if she
this
did
is
film
so
a year
stupid
for 5 years at a minimum of $4 million a year without any negotiation, which probably would have happened, but let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber Heard's earning power over time?
That it would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that the negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard but for the Depp Waldman statements?
Thank God. All right.
Right, so again, it's really important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years.
Yeah,
that we're going to talk about these losses, and it could be more.
It's like
but at
$50 million.
If you look at the
That's what she's going to say, something like that.
Television and the endorsement
all together.
It's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
That's the math.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
No.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
May I sit down?
Yeah, you can step down. That's fine.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Ms. Heard took in late July 2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Ms. Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's
Published to
see.
the jury?
Thank you.
What's the
Mr.
verdict?
Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior, or showed.
Yeah, this is the one he had showed before. I feel like this picture is very low quality. There's not really a lot you can go off of here. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. Mute it. It'll unmute in a minute, I'm assuming. What is this? Maybe I'll have to go back.
Your team chose to show you, right? Let's pull up Exhibit 1905, Michelle, please.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
And that's defendants?
Defendant's Exhibit 1905.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Oh, you want to put it in evidence? Okay. Any objection to 1905?
Okay.
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Let me see if I can go
Well-
back to the other one.
I'd like to at least question the witness about
There's still no audio.
the
I
comments.
have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes,
Yeah, and below it, they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
in Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you
Yeah.
didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
Somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
All right.
If it's just the photograph,
let's
we
see
have no
it.
All
objection.
right, if you want to redact the, just have the photographs in it?
Sure. We'll do 1905.
5, just with redaction, it'll be fine.
Okay. Let's see if we get this to work. Correct. Yeah, we'll see. Is audio working now?
On the bottom, I'm not sure.
It's just redact that.
On the bottom, I'm not sure.
It's just redact that.
Okay, it seems like it is. There it is. Okay, now it's working. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, this channel's had problems with audio. I'm not really sure why. It's probably, I think it's whenever there are frame switches. Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright, so they're just trying to figure stuff out, I guess. God damn.
Thank you, Michelle.
All right, publish.
Time is ticking.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom 2 pictures? There.
Okay, let's see it.
Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually...
A side light will cause that.
Yeah, well, the
well.
picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken head on, isn't it?
No. The lens in front,
Yeah.
the light on the side
Right.
will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called, to appear sunken. And
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection,
well,
calls for speculation.
You can take that down, Michelle.
that was in fact in the dark.
Sus-
And I had a
sustain-
chef, I had people on either side of me, so
You can wait
I
for
don't
next-
see where the light fill is from the side.
Wouldn't that have affected
Wait for the
everybody?
Next question, next question.
Next
was
question.
sorry.
Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train
Uh-huh.
isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up
Objection,
exhibit-
calls for speculation.
Let's pull up exhibit 1859, please.
Okay, here we go. Let's see it.
1859, is that in evidence?
No, Your Honor.
It's like I think he would know something about
Mr. Depp,
photography.
this is the same picture, or the same, the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
No, we're not able to see this. This is so annoying.
That looks
Okay.
like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's
Click to
photoshopped?
publish? Okay.
Is that from their page? I would, sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the...
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly...
Your Honor, I'd move to strike
been-
anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph.
All right, just the photograph.
Okay, let's see it.
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
All right, over objection, I'll allow 1859 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's
Michelle,
see it.
could I please get you to...
This
You
will
need to
photoshopped or
redact it
not.
first.
We actually have one that will admit, or ask to be admitted as 1858. That is just the picture.
I already have 1859.
Okay, so we'll call this 1859 then.
Echo dog.
So this is 1859.
Why are you telling
we
me
just
stuff
need
to
to-
do?
Okay.
We'll fix that exhibit sticker on the bottom and get you that correct 1859.
Yeah, what are y'all doing?
1859.
And Michelle,
This hurt
what I'd
my
like
brain?
to ask you to do, please, is
not
to,
what
to
happened.
put the picture displayed as 1859,
Uh-huh.
just was admitted into evidence, next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Okay.
Okay. You can pop, those are both in evidence.
Okay. Can you
Here we
try to
go.
make them the same size, please?
There's an audio echo?
This is the exact same
not
picture,
me.
isn't it, Mr. Depp?
With radically different quality. And
No, you answer my question.
how
Permission
do
to
you know I
publish.
wasn't done?
You
answering?
answered my question, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train. And in
let's
the
go to-
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Can we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit one. Actually, no, let's talk about Australia for a little bit.
Oh, good.
Okay.
You testified that you've never done ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Miss Heard's testimony. You've been sitting here. I know you didn't look at her, but you heard her testimony.
Right.
And you heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said she came down after being apart from you for some time, and there were 8 to 10 gone from the bag. Correct?
Objection, form, compound.
Oh, overruled.
I also heard Miss Heard say I reached into a bag and threw and poured a bunch of
Yep.
MDMA down my mouth.
Correct. That's right. She didn't say you poured
handfuls.
10 at one time, did
No,
she?
she said a handful.
Okay.
Which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay, the
I
fact
would
is,
say
Mr.
so,
Depp,
yeah.
you were asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life, you were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection, compound.
I don't recall that I was
Overruled.
Let's
begging
pull up.
for any drugs.
Yeah, let's pull up plaintiff's or exhibit 393, please.
He's trying.
You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs.
No, I don't, but I do
Okay.
recall being in great pain and great distress, so
Okay.
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
Okay. So this
Yeah.
has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is in evidence, okay? We publish.
Okay.
And if you can blow up the text, please, Michelle. In this text message, Mr. Depp, you were, after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this
All right.
in your cross-examination, didn't we?
If you say so, sir.
And Whitey stuff is cocaine.
I would say.
And the e-business is ecstasy.
Quite likely, yes.
Okay.
So I
take that.
didn't recall that.
Thank you.
But,
Can you pull up Exhibit 1817, please?
Okay.
This is a picture that you were shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
yes, sir.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already testified to that.
The second bottle, there was a handle on that bottle,
Right.
yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Well, actually, what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle, and there is no other bottle in the picture, is there?
No, that's not what I testified. I testified that... May I touch the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
This is glass. This is glass.
Yep. And that's not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big. It's broken. The handles up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean...
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of vodka, does it?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not a,
When there's objection, hold on. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There is no
Okay.
picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
Is broken. It's impossible to see. You can't
I
see
don't
through the
see
glass.
it. I see glass under this chair here.
Yeah.
Well, you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on.
didn't say I saw a handle.
You also testified this morning that yeah, and I want to get this. I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. You
I don't think we
testified
will.
earlier this morning that there was no phone in the bar area downstairs. Is that what you testified to?
I don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay.
I don't recall a Bakelite phone in the bar area.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Was she laughing?
Pull up.
This is about his
Michelle,
finger.
please, the
That's
UK
why.
Day 3, page 421. Mr. Depp,
Uh-huh.
we've done this drill before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have,
It's this. We don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your
right
Honor,
there.
may I please, I would like to have what he's the testimony of the
Here,
witness.
you can have my copy.
Thank you.
Mr. Depp,
Okay.
you remember giving testimony in the UK trial for several days, correct?
Okay, so okay here.
He's
So I
trying,
do
man. He
remember a
is. He's trying as hard as he
telephone in the bar
can.
area, and this
Yeah, well,
telephone you picked up was made of Bakelite.
this is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked a question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of. I'm sorry, I'm going to go up one, line 15. Question: at one stage, when you were in the kitchen screaming at Miss Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer: no, ma'am. I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question: and this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer: it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question: a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please?
I'm confused. It wasn't a
Question:
phone. It was a
phone that was a
telephone.
wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer: that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall.
Okay.
That was your testimony, correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you.
I
Answer my question. Thank you. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before, you've said, if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection. Can you pull up the Ghost in the Machine article, please?
Possibly about paparazzis.
I don't blame him. Yeah, true. Okay.
Mr. Depp, you see the picture of you on the lower left. He appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see the long paragraph above that starts with "in the Mark Hotel."
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
At the bottom of that, does this refresh your recollection that you said,
"The crown"?
I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it, and I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. Did I read that right?
You did read that right.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that you've said
Context,
before
I don't know what
that
the
if
context
you want
is
to
behind
be
it. I
with
have
a
no
woman
idea.
sexually, that she is rightfully yours, haven't you?
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you
respect-
repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take, haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX883, please?
Okay.
You can pull it what you like. I've never said those words. There's not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883.
I bet
883,
maybe
Your Honor.
they've got to have
Is
like
Is
this.
it
It is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Maybe he did say it. I don't know. I mean, it certainly doesn't make him look good. I'll say that for sure.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Deuters
Uh-huh.
on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
Okay.
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every
Okay.
text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it up last night. No.
Yeah. I can assure you I didn't type it up last night, Mr. Depp. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Yeah, let's see.
Objection
Let's
on
see.
relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, well, you want to approach for a moment? Let's take a look.
It certainly makes him look bad to say stuff like that. I'll say that for sure. Absolutely does. Should not have said that. I can sure. Yeah, the thing is also, like, people say stupid shit like that. I think it's very different, like words to actions. You know what I mean? Like on drugs, like maybe on drugs. But like overall, what I'm saying is like, I think that saying something is much different than actually doing it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's having this a private conversation. It's like, should he have said that? Like, let's assume he did say it. That's obviously stupid and like bad to say. But like hypothetically, it doesn't mean that he actually committed a crime. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I would say. His character actor and his person in the audience wins would be. And said we're shit in a joking manner to a friend. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure that people have said that before. It's not really that big of a thing, but I do think it does make him look bad. 100% it does.
883 in evidence as redacted.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right where it says Depp and then it has a number, 8129. Those are produced by you in this litigation. Yeah. You understand that, right?
I understand that, sir.
Okay. All right, Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first. Mr. Depp, on February 22nd, 2017, you texted Mr. Deuters, right exactly Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight?
Okay.
Did I read that right?
You read it right.
And the one beneath that, you say, I want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel.
Like a fish?
In all caps, you write, I need, I want, I take.
Okay.
Is that right? Right.
You read it right. But I did not write that.
Okay.
Perhaps someone else.
You wrote
had
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse me?
from Boston,
I'm sorry?
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew
Timer's
Miss Hurd was
ticking.
angry with you, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
It was pretty much a given.
Objection, calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry, right?
She was always angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Deuters, same person, you can take this down, Michelle, please, thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit, you asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with
Running
Ms.
down
Hurd
the
by
clock.
text to
Oh,
speak to
God.
her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight,
The plane?
the Boston plane.
The Boston plane. So you're saying that I
Oh my God.
influenced Mr. Deuters. I told him that he had to write this, and I told him that he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No. It wasn't uncommon for Mr. Deuters to text to communicate with Ms. Hurd on your behalf, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
He was your personal assistant. Mr. Deuters was your personal assistant, correct?
I had two personal assistants
Right.
at the time.
He was one of them, right?
Yeah, Mr. Deuters was one of them, yes, sir.
Right. And it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Deuters to communicate with Ms. Hurd on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Ms. Hurd on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Okay.
Or if Ms. Hurd and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them communicate with Ms. Hurd on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
Just a yes or no,
would be
Mr. Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after
Objection,
you and Ms.
Your
Hurd
Honor.
had
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his answer.
yes or no question, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead and ask your question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. It wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Ms. Hurd after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it, and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr.
Yeah.
Deuters communicate with Ms. Hurd, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to
I'm
placate her,
sorry, he's
correct?
sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any
Didn't want to
other
deal with it.
answer,
Yeah.
it would turn into World War III.
Okay. Can you pull
Yep.
up Exhibit 229, please?
Yeah. As a backstory,
All right.
100%.
I think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr.
Okay,
Depp's
here we
testimony,
go.
I'd ask move for the admission of Exhibit 229.
Your Honor, can we please approach?
Okay, all right, yeah, that's what I fucking thought, dude. Holy shit. Let's look at this here. We need Camille, Ryan the clock. Seems bad for John. Oh no, this is definitely bad for him. Like, the text messages make him look really bad. Like, I mean, there's no shame in admitting that. That's certainly fucking true. Like, yeah, obviously, the thing is, I think a reasonable person can assume that, like, conversation's not the same as action.
Mr. Depp,
but it does make him look worse. Absolutely.
You were pretty angry after Miss Hurd got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Angry. I was, more than anything, I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning, you claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
Okay.
Which question would you like me to handle first, sir?
One question, sir. You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting...
It just yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't. I
Sir,
didn't
life
ask
does
what
not
related,
come down to
what
yes
story
or no at all
related to.
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 821.
Stalling. Yep, there you go. Uh-huh. Holy fucking shit.
Is that
Mr.
me
Depp,
trying to
is
get
this-
her fired?
This is a text message that you had with your sister, Christy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers.
She-
She can't fire Amber.
Yeah. This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
June 12th, yes.
Fuck, I can't
Your
see
Honor,
it.
move for the admission of
Okay,
Exhibit
here we go.
821
Let's
as
see it.
redacted.
Any objection?
We gonna see it. Let's see.
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection. 821 in evidence.
Okay.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that W film. Did I read that right?
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out
Right.
to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reached out to Sue Crawl to get him to fire Miss Heard, right?
I had vetted Miss Heard.
No,
And I had vetted Miss Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance
Warner
to speak
Brothers
this morning.
had,
Your Honor,
Warner Brothers
Sorry.
had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. All right, next question.
you reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
I
Asked and
reached-
answered.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
All right.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You reached
I
out
reached
to
out
Sue
to them
Crawl.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Crawl
would you
to
like?
get
I
her
don't
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
Okay.
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please?
God damn. God damn. All right, let's see it. Let's see it. This proves nothing. Yeah, it depends. Like, I have
Mr.
to see.
Depp, this is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino
Okay.
on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857
Parts
now?
of it are,
Oh, so not this.
not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857, then don't.
850,
Mr.
sorry.
Unbur, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857A.
Okay.
57A. Okay. All right. Yes, sir, thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp,
Okay.
you sent this text
Let's
to
see
Christian
it.
Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this
Can't
text
see the
that you
text.
sent to
What does it say?
Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put it in evidence
Yeah.
first?
Move for
Okay.
admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation.
Uh-huh.
She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought
Oh
was
my
love
God.
for this gold-digging, low-level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard. And I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life.
Yeah.
I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
You did.
Now,
Yeah,
not
you
long
did.
after this, you can take that down, Michelle. Thank you.
Oh my
Not long
God.
After this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then.
Bro,
correct?
he went in. God damn.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. This is 2 months before that thing
Are
happened.
you asking
Okay.
me a question about my attorney and I?
Running out the clock again.
Yeah, that you two met with
Oh my
people from
God.
the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
in February.
I don't recall it.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr.
Oh,
Waldman
shit.
testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't. I don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then.
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right.
I guess.
The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation.
That's quite
Not personal
speculative.
knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying
Yeah.
that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
It seems that way.
But
Yeah.
that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That is not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay, well,
Okay.
here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018,
It
correct?
wasn't televised, was it?
Yes, I brought
And that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial.
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
A lot
Yes,
or
many.
many?
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether
Objection
you committed
calls
domestic
for
abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against The Sun because you were angry at The Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
He was
Mr.
angry.
Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
has to answer.
great limitations in the UK trial.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions
Okay, here we
about the UK trial.
No.
Why do you feel
Ignore his
that
objection?
this
Yeah, he
is
did.
the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story?
Well, the whole
and,
thing wasn't
as you said,
televised, right?
get the load off your back.
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and the Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have different, well, there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
as
up.
they
And
said, it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in English.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
There it is.
You'll be okay. Yes, there is a very.
Oh my God.
Everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness.
Right.
But the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Makes sense.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
Yeah. What was the nature of that examination? Or, excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Was,
And whose
Okay.
attorney was that?
the Sun's.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right, it's already in evidence, so you can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this
It's a good way to say it.
completely, utterly false information. So I am, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a non-stop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate, you do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So you have many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parents. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this, because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported
Yep.
me, suddenly I'm scum.
Of course
Why?
he's upset.
Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821?
That makes sense to me.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Ottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers they were about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right. We could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were, excuse me, strike that. What were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and you know, painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Overruled.
Please continue.
You change seats.
So, sorry, you can continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises that would be causing problems for one another, especially as all the any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, you know, I was Charles Manson, you know, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a non-stop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. He's getting into what he claims he told Warner Brothers or wanted to.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films
Justice
are you
League and
referring to?
Aquaman, right?
There was Aquaman and Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those 2 franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press.
Yeah.
That were constant.
It's stress.
You know, on one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business, and it's your word. And I had given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry?
Which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883?
Okay. Let's see it.
Now, Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing these text messages during Mr. Rottenborn's examination?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God, yeah. Yes, I remember.
And you didn't seem to recall these text messages, is that
Oh, yeah, yeah.
truly is fair. It's not,
They're closing it out
Do you have
now.
any-
I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
Okay.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these two text messages?
Uh-huh.
No. I honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand the. I don't have that kind of. I don't have that kind of hubris or expectation. That's quite grotesque text.
Can we take that down, please?
Okay.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1821?
Always MDMA. Yeah, no, I know that. I mean, that could be it. I mean,
Mr.
it
Depp?
doesn't seem like he was talking about a drug, was he?
Do you recognize this document?
Uh-huh.
That is behind the bar, yes.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone
Yes,
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And did you recall that telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Okay.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall
yes,
me
of
showing you
course.
this picture
Yes.
during your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And
Okay.
I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your answer to that?
So it ripped it off. I
Mr.
don't remember.
Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct, yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
Was it
We've
focused on
been
a
in,
phone? I don't know. I think it's because that's what they thought he cut his
Australia.
finger with.
And then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
Uh-huh.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again.
Okay, let's see this. Here we go.
Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
Uh-huh.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner.
Okay.
I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all. But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed us is prettied up.
It's hard to
Did you
say. I mean, the
ever
quality is so
physically
bad.
abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Yeah.
Never. Ever.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your next witness. Didn't quite get that. I'm sorry.
That didn't really do a whole lot. Yeah, is this the TMZ guy? I want to see the TMZ guy. Yeah, I want to see the TMZ guy. I don't think that was good for Johnny at all. Like, a lot of those texts made him look really bad. Him saying it wasn't him made him look bad. Was he talking about Molly as MDMA? It's hard to say. Maybe. I don't really know. It definitely didn't help him. Like, I think anybody can agree. Yeah, it definitely did not help him.
Dr. Hughes had suggested that
Poop King, thanks for 10 gifted subs.
perhaps
Thank you.
Ms. Hurd's PTSD was somehow
It
triggered.
happened for like a year. Went on for like a year or so.
What's your view on that?
I would say that it can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, cross-examination.
All right. Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, stop using facts. Yeah, that's
Dr.
what they don't
Curry, I
like.
just want to make sure that we all remember
You can
you're
try,
not board
yeah.
certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay. And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal team to be here, correct?
Yes.
How much have you charged so far?
I actually don't know.
Over 100,000?
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
Over 200,000?
I don't know.
Over 300,000?
That would be way too much, but I do not know.
How about over $1 million?
Now, just so that we all remember, you had dinner at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, correct?
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at about 3 hours I started to get hungry. Mr. Depp then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
So
My
you
man.
had dinner with at Mr.
Getting
Depp's
pizza.
home with Mr. Waldman,
Yep.
Mr. Chu, Ms. Vasquez, and Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And you had drinks as well, correct?
I actually don't know. I do remember that there were drinks.
Do you recall testifying earlier that you did have a drink, a mule something?
No, I remember testifying that there might have been a mule. A Moscow mule.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have animals there as well, right?
Yeah.
No animals.
Okay, that's good to know.
All right.
And you talked about transparency. I just want to make sure you had several designations, expert designations and reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
And in not one of them did you disclose that you had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez. Is that correct?
Ms. Bredehoff, you're mischaracterizing what occurred.
Dr. Curry, please answer the question. Not once did you disclose this in any of your reports,
I did not
correct?
disclose that I was interviewed as that standard procedure.
But it's true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed for an expert witness position, correct?
Yes, because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
All right. And you talked to Mr. Depp for 3 to 4 hours before taking on the role of assessing Ms. Heard and deciding whether she was suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team, and he was there to observe.
He was present for the 3 to 4
Yes.
hours?
Of course he was there.
And are you saying now he just stayed silent and said nothing all day?
I don't recall what he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay. Now, your expertise here is limited to whether Amber Heard suffers from PTSD currently. Is that correct?
Yes, I was tasked with conducting an evaluation to determine
Dr.
Ms.
Curry,
Heard's mental
We're on
status.
very, very strict time limitations
Okay.
because we've promised to get this case to the jury. So I'd really appreciate if you just answer my question rather than trying to go further.
Sure.
Okay? Thank you very much. Now,
That wasted more time than
after
she
you
did.
had the dinner You then provided a designation
It's not
in
we,
February
it's
of
you.
2021.
Your side's on a time
in
limitation.
which you said, and this is long before you ever saw
Yeah.
Amber Heard, correct? You said that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, end of quote.
I would
correct?
waste as much time as possible right now.
We went through this before.
I would
We did.
intentionally do that.
And that was on the designation, was it not?
I told you last time that I did not write that.
Okay. And you don't know who did on the legal team, correct?
No.
Okay. And then I also asked you, if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp taunted Amber Heard that she had a borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
Did you recall listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay. And that was back in these audio tapes back when they were together, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
You've never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
No, as I previously stated, that's not true.
All right.
Ah. She's moving around quick, man. She's trying to speed run this shit.
Not up here anymore.
Okay. My apologies, but I'm going to go ahead.
Your Honor, can we approach?
All right.
Oh my god, bro. Like if I was Dr. Curry, I would try to run out the clock as much as possible. Like, I didn't hear that. Well, what do you mean by that? I'm not really sure. Can you repeat the question? Okay, so here's pretty much what happened. Well, okay, all right. So this was back. Wait. All right, let's start from the beginning again. Okay, so basically, I would just go on and fuck it on and do as much as I possibly can. Use phrase, just like really stall things out. Just like turn it into like, repeat the same thing 4 times. That kind of stuff, man. Oh my god, I don't like that at all. No, it's like, it's obviously I'm joking. I probably would like maybe make it a little bit more, but obviously you can't do that. Shouldn't be credible then. I'm not really being serious. You really think that's what I'd actually do? It's just a joke. Yeah, okay, here we go. This should be in cross-exam.
You recall testifying in your deposition on March 21, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
Yes.
And the question I just showed you on page 207, line 5. Have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
Yes, I had forgotten that case.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to testify whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator?
I may have. It's difficult. After about 250 cases, it's difficult to remember specifically.
All right. And have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV?
No.
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence?
Domestic
abuse or violence?
Yes, that's been a component of testimony.
Okay, here we go. She's gonna give her a bunch of stuff, I guess. Alrighty. What the hell is that?
Can I take a look? You want?
Okay, she's trying to discredit her? Yeah, she is. She's trying to discredit Dr. Curry. That's obviously what they have to do.
Line 16 of page 207. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV? Your answer on line 20 was no, under oath, correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? That and goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no. Now, you would agree that the literature is quite clear that trauma-based symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that it's important to use valid and reliable measures for an accurate diagnosis, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. You chose, however, not to administer the structured clinical interview for DSM-5 personality disorders, the SCID. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And would you agree that that is a state-of-the-art structured clinical interview?
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated examinee.
But to determine if a personality disorder is present?
No, not in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
And you don't agree that that is the gold standard assessment for reliable, accurate psychiatric diagnosis?
It's a good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, did Ms.
So it's not for
Hurd, you
actual,
said
like,
you talked
yeah,
about, you
okay.
read
It's
all
not
of
for
the
trials.
treatment records, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall reading the treatment records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs, who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs' notes over 5 years in which she diagnosed Ms. Heard with borderline personality or histrionic personality disorder?
No.
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Connell Cohen, correct? And you even attended his deposition, correct?
Yes.
All right. And he saw Amber for roughly 2 years. He was part of the Dr. Kipper connection, right?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And did you see anything in Dr. Cowan's notes, and did he say in his deposition that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I saw the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition.
Okay.
He does not use diagnoses, so he would not have diagnosed her.
He said specifically in his deposition he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he also specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And you also have seen Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist, her deposition, correct?
Yes.
And did Dr.
Not her
Anderson-
deposition. I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
All right.
Okay.
Did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All right.
Okay,
Now,
that
you
makes
said
sense.
quite a bit about Don Hughes, but do you remember how many years of experience Don Hughes has in IPV and domestic abuse and violence?
I know it's quite a bit.
Extensive, and she is board certified, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right, and she spent 29
Unfortunately.
hours of examination with Amber Heard, did she not?
Not a client, by the way.
Yes, mostly
Okay.
interviewing.
All right, and she interviewed her therapists, Bonnie Jacobs and Conan Cowell, correct?
Not a client.
Yes.
And she also interviewed Amber's late mother.
Yes.
Okay, and she administered 12 different tests over the period of that time, correct?
Well, as I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand that's what you say, but she administered 12 different tests, correct?
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay.
And so you disregard no, I'm not even going to say that. Okay. Let's go to the CAPS-5 and PTSD.
Okay.
Now, you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas
I'm
in
not
her
gonna say
life,
that.
correct?
Yes, I did give her an instrument to assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes, yes, that's fine. And you wrote that Ms. Heard's exposure to a traumatic
She's in
event,
such a
meaning
hurry.
one of the sexual assaults by Mr. Depp, more than satisfied this requirement. Did you not write that in your notes?
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at them?
administered a structured clinical interview based on that trauma, correct?
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not a psychological assessment. We can't assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I sure did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that in September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom on many of those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Many of those valid tests? Which tests are you talking about?
Do you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one, except for the CAPS-5, which was 10 days after mine, and 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically
Okay.
evaluated those symptoms and established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. Correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. Now, Dr. Anderson's clinical notes.
Well,
it
she's
said
speed
Amber
running,
had
man.
come to a-
Objection.
Oh my
hearsay.
God, she's going fast.
I haven't even asked the question yet, Your Honor.
Keep it up.
Are you going to read her notes?
Well, no, actually, I wasn't going to read it.
Dude,
I
she
didn't
is,
ask a
oh my
particular
God,
question.
she's
You
stressed.
talked about danger. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Now, if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist with two black eyes, would you assess that there may be a potential danger there?
Sure.
Okay. Did you read Dr. Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Okay.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI-2. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you used that to determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
Not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote, isn't that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
The hell?
In the T-score section of that, for which assesses deliberate attempts to mislead, do you recall? She scored a 60 on that test, correct?
So there are multiple T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
What is this?
Well, we can deal with that later. So you would agree that you need to follow ethics and best practices in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the two primary sources are the American Psychological Association Ethical Principles and Professional Code of Conduct.
We found
right?
out those don't matter.
And the American Psychological Association's Specialty Guidelines for Forensic Psychology,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
Those don't
And
matter.
Specialty Guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Specialty Guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest, correct?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Now, in addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, you also did not list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shah, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
You say that the designation said that you spent
During
an
my
hour-
deposition, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shah. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom.
That was the guy you from
My
yesterday.
time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
Okay. But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No.
Okay. Now, you have not been asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
Can you pull up date 10 of the trial testimony at page 2710? Are you able to do that?
Uh-oh, the clock is ticking, boys. The time is going down.
Lines 12 through 18.
Wait, which lines? What were they again?
May we approach?
All right.
Oh no. When we approach, it's like just as soon as she's about to fucking say it, he's like, oh, wait a minute, hold up, wait a minute, running down the clock, good job, coach. I mean, as I said, this guy is just, I mean, holy shit, he's so quick, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like this guy, he's the one that does all the dirty work, you know? In the legal team at the office, like this is a guy that they bring in to really kind of, you know, rough him up a bit. Yeah. He's the tank, yeah. The enforcer. Oh my god. He's laughing. Yeah, this is funny. Holy shit. All right, so now what? The brute. Oh, objection. Wait. Oh, no. Oh. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, shit.
Great job.
Oh, shit.
Also have, okay.
Yep.
So,
okay.
Dr. Curry, this is your testimony from day 10 in this case, and if you can look at page 2710, line 13. Now, my question was, now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse? And your answer under oath to this jury that day was, that's correct.
Yes.
Correct?
I still agree with that question.
All right. And you have not made any determinations, including any opinions, that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you said that's outside the scope.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of psychology.
And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman,
Oh,
correct?
my God.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
What's
Sure.
the objection? I'm sorry.
What
Hold on, Dr.
Sorry,
Curry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. What's the objection? Are you on approach? Okay.
Oh, shit. Objection. Oh, there it is. That's a troll face. Wait, objection. Wait, objection. That's it. Oh my God. It's just, this guy is too much, man. It's just, he's so bad. Get rolled? Yeah, she said it was the question, didn't read it right. Well, yeah, because like she's under pressure, so she's making mistakes. Casual stroll he does? Yeah, just take as much time as he needs to get up there. You don't need to run up there. You know, you get there when you get there. It is what it is. The objection
Now,
stop the clock? I don't think so.
You have not rendered any opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
Okay.
No. I mean, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. And you have not... No, that's right. That's all I've got. No further questions.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Redirect.
Here we go. There he is.
You were asked about the skid.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview.
Okay.
It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was, and then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
You were asked about the APA specialty guidelines,
Yes.
specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03. Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the courtroom.
Thank you,
You're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you.
Oh, man. Yeah, you say if you comply with them? Yep. All right. Okay, that's it. We're done. Somebody said that is going to be introduced, take the stand, also motion about TMC selling the
Let's go
video.
ahead and take our morning recess for 15
I'm
minutes
excited
to not
to
discuss
see
the case
that.
and do not do any outside research, okay?
I'm going to be real. Like, one thing that I feel like people should really be picking up on with this is, like, how much these, quote, experts aren't. Like it's like all of these people. It makes me wonder, like, how many other times, you know, it's like, oh, an expert on something says something. It's like, what do you think the odds are that these are just the times that we have it cross-examined and everything like that? Exactly. Yeah, they're clown. It's soft science. Yeah.
Just for planning purposes.
Okay, what's this?
Sammy asked Mr. Tobin to be here as early as noon, just in case with the fluid of the trial. I'm not sure what time we can get to that motion. So. That's fine. Okay, just to let you know.
They
need to
pressed
work on that. They're going to find out who the next witness is. So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55, okay?
Oh my God, man. Like, that was just, I'm going to be honest, like, that was bad for them. Tariq has bullshitter from 100 miles. Well, yeah. A lot of people, some of the clients that claim to be dodgy experts, well, it's more that, like, these are the people that they hired. Like, these are the people they wanted to be on their team. And so, like, I don't really feel bad for that, feel bad for them at all, because this is what they, this is what they were looking for. This is what they were trying to do. So no, absolutely not. I don't feel bad. It's just that the people that they bring on are just clearly not credible. I would say, Zach, thanks for 5 subs again. Thank you very much. The word expert is being hijacked to push agendas. It's quite unfortunate because it's causing the word to lose its validity. Well, I think that it's very important to I think it's very important to be able to question these things and actually offer, evidence to the contrary to pretty much anything, right? Because one thing you can see here is that these narratives are created, and through them being created, there are lies that are used to be spread through them, right? That's effectively what happens. And Zach Pilot with the 5 good subs, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's why the in the EU, the court orders the experts and not lawyers. That's actually a very good. Wait, that's way smarter. So in the UK, the court has the experts and not the lawyers? Wait, so, like, why don't we do that here? I feel like that's... I don't know, I feel like that's... Yeah, that would make more sense. It's expensive. Yeah, maybe it's money. I don't know. I mean, it's crazy to me to see this kind of stuff, man. It really is. And I guess people do it so they can be more. It's weird, man. Granddad Gamer with the 5 good subs. It seems like that's a better way to do stuff. I'll say that for sure. That's a money thing, isn't it? Well, I don't know. I have no idea. And the court would assign a bad expert if they want them to lose. Good point. Whack and Purge the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And yeah, of course. That's how Johnny lost. The judge was for Heard. Maybe you're right. And like, so the courts can actually have their own biases in terms of like which witnesses or which experts they assign to each person. That's actually a very good point. Maybe that's not a good idea. But I do think it's problematic, at least in the way that we have it, right? Where there are people that come in and these guys are, quote, experts, and they're really not. And I see this all the time. And like, these people are just like, oh, I'm an expert in this or I'm an expert in that. And like, the truth is like, not fucking really, And TMZ emergency. So I'll talk about that a little bit because like, we're going to find out about this in like literally an hour or two, right? Use the ability to disprove an expert if you don't agree with, only if you get a court expert. I mean, maybe, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it in general. Bias all the time happens. What happens to so-called medical professions that misdiagnosed Amber Heards? No consequences? Of course not. No, there are no consequences for these kinds of things. It'll all be forgotten, and they'll just go on to ruining other people's lives. Maybe 6 months later, a year later, and that's about it. That's just the way these things go. And there's not really a lot of accountability for this kind of stuff. There's no real governing body for it. So it's very hard to actually go and say like, okay, well, this is what's going to happen to this person in like this bad way, right? Zach Flomo, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. How pretty is Dr. Yeah, I think Dr. Carey's hot, but like, that's not really the point. I mean, the thing is that she knows what she's talking about. And I just find it to be such a, it's very, it fills me with a lot of uncertainty, is that you have these people that are purported experts and they have like all this experience, but even with all of that, they still just use it to push a narrative that's not even fucking true. And also, like, not only is it not true, but it's so easily disprovable, but somebody who's not an expert in it, doesn't really know what they're talking about, isn't going to be able to see through those cracks. It's awful.
He admitted that he cut his finger off. He does say it to Amber too. Remember, we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
Okay, here we go.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say it doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger.
Don't go the
It can
doom
be
fist
wielded
route.
like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there. They got in a huge argument.
No.
At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Henriquez say that absolutely didn't happen.
Oh my
but
God.
even if you believe Mr. McGivern,
please,
at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Henriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs, and Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet.
Oh my God.
I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard with, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's going to happen.
Wouldn't it be so thin?
That's abuse. And it's disgusting. But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. He went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good.
Yeah.
But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back, and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top, and she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me, and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up. Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax.
Yeah.
If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims of coercive control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me, and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, Yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have been. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail, and I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises.
People on TikTok did,
the red
and they proved it
lipstick
wrong.
that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket.
So it was Johnny's knife.
We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from.
That's right. Johnny was going to stab her.
I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at DX580. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas, and on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out, and every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that, and she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet, she didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom, and she said, but this time, he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out.
Oh my God.
And to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck against the railway car, and at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk, he chest bumped me, he fell to the floor, I fell to the floor, and when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders, and that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down.
Oh my God.
Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says it actually does on page 64 and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now, and Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim, but these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple, that It lines up directly with the phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked. Mr. Depp went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, in and of itself, is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having.
Just knocked it down.
He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway.
We saw the tape,
and
man.
They said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened.
Uh-huh.
These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling, "You cut me or I will." You all remember playing that. It was awful.
Okay.
It was awful. I'm not going to play it again, but it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive.
Uh-huh.
This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, "I want her replaced on that WB film." Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming.
Oh my God, bro.
One time. That's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you.
Of course, that's exactly what we
Don't
meant
send
to
that
say.
Message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to.
But that's what you're doing to him.
You have to find in order to prove or in order to rule for Mr.
This
Depp.
is
You would have to find
this is
that Ms.
applicable to both
Heard
of them.
Made the statements with actual malice.
The
Now, what
fuck?
Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much higher than the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her.
I don't think they must.
But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay. They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying, but even if that isn't, they will say that
That's
doesn't
why
matter
she
if she's
did
lying,
it.
But even that isn't true, because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp,
my God,
the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here. We'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second. But that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems. Everyone but himself. You heard us reading the stack of articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory.
Yes.
Nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused.
Yeah. Oh.
Then think about the testimony that you've heard.
Stop hitting yourself.
Business manager Joel Mandel said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirates 6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact,
no,
Catherine
she
Arnold,
didn't.
Our damages expert testified that the paper
she said she wasn't
version
aware of
the
one.
article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed that said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day. The paper article came out the same day. So the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent, Christian Carino, said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed. Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down, because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm, and fire them, and blame them for things.
For stealing his fucking money.
But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with his testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers.
Of course.
Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
You're right.
It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Haupt about the counterclaim.
Oh my God, dude. So the whole thing was like stand up for freedom of speech? So like he's not even denying that half of the things are true, but he's just hoping that they'll just say, oh, freedom of speech, we're going to let her say what she wants. Like, how is that even an argument? That is not very good. I'm surprised that they let him just go up there and just kind of misrepresent the testimonials that people gave. Like the woman at Disney didn't say that there were no records.
I get to say good afternoon.
She didn't
and I know
say
you've been
that.
listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point.
Okay.
But this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team.
Another technicality.
When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will.
Okay.
It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020.
Oh my God.
The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't
Isn't
get
this a bad idea to
anything
say?
after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that.
This is a bad argument.
The court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back.
What do you think?
It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one.
Wait,
because
why would he be here?
We are. 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for what? For nothing. Only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing. Because he wants to put her through this again, the third time.
This is so bad.
She finally has said enough. Enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world.
No.
His agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed. That you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day.
You're welcome.
We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment.
Okay.
These are Adam Waldman's statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman?
So stupid.
Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything, so now he's going to blame his lawyer. But
he's going to blame the guy that said it.
Very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things.
Attorney, not agent. Why would she say that?
Says, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published, and he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him.
You did a good job.
He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions, and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up...
Can you stop?
The first statement.
Could you stop? Like, oh my God.
It says, Amber and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp.
That's true.
Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults.
Yes, it is.
And using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp.
Yes.
That's the clear implications of this.
It is.
Now, the first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK.
Well, that changes everything.
Instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence, but at least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rending for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less. But what else is false about this statement? It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all four of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony. And interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, you know, no, this didn't happen, to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia.
It's gotta be at least a few,
can't
right?
remember anything, likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have to have for somebody to do something like that. Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it all over the house. Remember that she also testified that he took her clothes and swiped them through all the paint before she left. You know these things happened. With respect to the malice on this one, you know he knows that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts.
He was out of it, so he was malicious.
You can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was quite upset, and you heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Witkin's testimony. This was Johnny Depp's best friend for 40 years until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Witkin said. One of the things he said, he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and put dirt on people. The second thing that Witkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues that have nothing to do with Amber. He remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Witkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when he would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, you know, how is it that they can be sober doctors, you know, for these years, and he's never sober. You know, he's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to, that's the first statement. The second
I would
statement,
feel that way.
if you can bring that one up.
Taking pot.
Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket to be able to find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber.
Smart guy.
The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there from the person from TMZ. That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, you know, positive social media that is putting all the negative out on Amber Amber Heard.
Well, thanks
and
a
he
lot. I
also
just got ego.
ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber.
Yeah, wow.
So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now, the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here.
They did.
And went away and they said, darn. And so they spilled wine and they, busted up the place and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911 and tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now we all know that's false, and it's heinously false. Because, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it.
Oh my God.
But we all know Amber did everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over, he's already been drinking, he's already high, and he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into these paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let
stop.
It go. And that was his this time.
Relentless.
There's somebody put that feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin.
Yeah.
So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going.
She's going off.
This is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they
She's
laugh.
doing a good job.
That makes him mad.
I think she
Then
is.
he throws the phone at Amber.
It's
Amber
stupid,
screams
but
out and
it's
says,
all right.
"Ow! You just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts." Io says, "Amber, get out of there." Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down. And then she continues to stand in between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times, "Amber, get the fuck up! Amber, get the fuck up! Amber, get the fuck up!" Loudly. Then his bodyguards hear this. They come in. They break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing.
Still got more gas in the tank. Let's
Remember
go.
their testimony. After that, he goes and he has to,
She
he
saved it all up
leaves
for this.
a path of destruction as he's leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw Ben's pictures here on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going. Goes down the hallway.
God.
He's splashing the wine. He gets his bodyguards to let him into penthouse 5.
Yeah.
That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day. And he comes in, storming in, and he says, "Get your bitch out of here." And he's got the big magnum, and he's mad. And Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows
love
Josh.
this.
She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out of there as fast as she can.
This is
and Josh
Johnny's
gets out of there,
impressed.
too. Then what does he do? He rearranges
It's like,
the furniture.
damn.
Or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something, I think is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now, the next part of this is the police coming.
Please do more voices.
Io calls the police. He's in New York.
Please.
He calls the New York police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in L.A. and says, "Please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast." So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see that they're like 8 minutes apart up there. But it took 2 hours to dispatch the two different ones, and Amber never even had any idea
your bitch
that
out
the
of here.
second one was coming.
God.
The first one's come. And, we've talked about it. We've shown you the pictures.
We saw the video.
Police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
Bro, don't stop her. I mean, she was just going wild. Oh my God. Like, bro, she's just fucking going ham. This is insane. It's like, but it's awful. But like, no, I actually think this is way more, it's way more entertaining. You know what I mean? It's like, this is what that law firm obviously hires her to do, questioning the witnesses. Who cares about that? She has no fucking idea what she's talking about. But just give her the fucking podium and let her go on a rant for an hour, and she's got voices, fucking like acting it out, and like fucking she remembers the lines.
You recall
she remembers the lines that Johnny Depp did.
The police officer told him.
That's why he's impressed.
Give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that.
But in any event,
she would not.
She doesn't need an earpiece.
She would not cooperate. She didn't want. But Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime, because domestic violence, it has the cycles. They come back, and it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So they to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police officers forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set, it doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, "I'm not going to cooperate at all." So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there, and you see there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place. They come through quickly. Everything's fine. They wave. Everything's fine.
We saw this.
Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No. They're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in two different text messages, that's 772 and 773, he says, "My profound apologies" in one of them, and "my apologies are eternal" in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd?
Please
if
act
he
it out
didn't
again.
know that he did all of those things. And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine in the hallway. None of the police officers remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going, and they didn't remember this call 2 months later when they were asked about it.
Why didn't we see it?
So that's
with the body
the
cam
next
footage.
So clearly that's 100% false. Clearly they knew it. Clearly there's malice in making that statement. They're trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers to press charges. Now let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. this makeup thing, fresh-faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. You know, remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's minds.
Objection, Your Honor.
Somehow, she wasn't.
Did you approach?
God damn it, I'm on a roll. Like, you can't stop me again. I feel like maybe Ben is just like, he sees whenever she's really kind of building up energy, and he just calls an objection for something that'll probably get overruled, but just to fuck her up, you know? Yeah, just to mess with her head a little bit. Yeah, it's funny, man. She gonna forget her lines? I don't think that she will, man. Yeah, Paladin stunned on, but yeah, she's got her cooldowns up. Just give her a little bit of crowd control, man. Oh my god. She's going wild on this.
So I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing the planting. And that's because it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing any makeup. She was natural. She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Every one of them says it. It's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house, you know, without putting makeup on. And if she has
unless
bruises,
she goes to the
why
courtroom.
on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on so that she would cover those up?
Then explain
why on earth
the
would
courthouse.
she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys
Unless
saw
she
her
knew
here.
that TMC would be there.
You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup and some of them are without. And people misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup. And that's where that mistake happens.
Fair. That's
but
fair.
You heard her testimony, and you heard her makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer and foundation. She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept at telling you what color she puts on for the different days of bruises. This is a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not.
She only did it the one day she went to the courthouse?
Let's go to the
she said
third
she didn't
one.
know TMZ would be there? What an interesting coincidence.
And this is...
What a very interesting
the abuse
coincidence
hoax.
there. Wow.
He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax.
Yes,
but there
it
is
is.
no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I will point out a couple things for you.
Okay.
And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that. You
Well,
don't
that
get to
makes
see
it
them,
way more
but they
credible.
testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs.
This feminist
She kept
and Spiegel?
contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber.
It must be true.
And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012.
Two
both
clowns make
physical
one extra.
and sexual.
Objection, Your Honor.
That Dr. Hughes testified to that.
It's just like, yeah, it's like, how is this like, both of those people were just like the most uncredible clowns that you could possibly imagine. And this is what they do. It is like, as you see, it's the foundation of lies built upon lies. So it's like they just repeat a lie and then they repeat another lie that's contextualized by the first one, or it's built on top of the first one. And then they have like a big house of cards and then they're like, well, see how high it is? I mean, there's no way this could only be one card, right? Yeah, that's it. Oh my God. Do you always want to keep smiling? Well, I think that it's probably entertaining for him as an actor to see her just completely fucking go wild like this. It's probably, I mean, like, the truth is, it's probably entertaining in a way. You know, to see this, like, I mean, I'll be honest, like, if she had acted like this more throughout the entire trial, it would have been more entertaining, you know, like whenever, because there were a few times where she'd try to like lower her voice to sound like Johnny Depp, and it was funny, right? It was really stupid, but it was funny, and that's why it was good. But like, yeah, she just kind of stopped doing that, and it's like, oh man, that's too bad. Oh my God. Remember when she did the Dark Knight voice of him? Yeah, exactly. That was great. And makeup and body language is acting poorly? Well, I don't think so. I mean, like, and it's not even about acting poorly. It's about trying to act, right? Just popping off. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I find to be interesting, you know? 15 Minutes of Fame was funny, too? Yeah, it was. That's it. And saw more skill in her than in Amber, let's be honest. I wonder if that's what's going through his head right now. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I feel like she made such a stupid mistake by trying to talk about... I'll talk about that later.
So Dr. Hughes specifically characterized
I'll give it time.
Dr. Jacobs'
Okay.
notes as reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse and sexual abuse throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same.
Oh, well, then it's right.
When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those notes, she said yes, but she had no comment, and she
Your Honor, objection.
That was in there.
Now, there she is. Now she's getting mad. Good job. Keep her on the ropes, man. Keep her on the ropes. And so I thought she did a really bad job of talking about how much money Amber Heard would owe to Johnny Depp and like contextualizing it inside of a certain amount of time frame. Because in my opinion, I think that's talking past the sale. That's like whenever a car dealership asks you what color you want the car in. Like, it was such a, like, she shouldn't have said that.
Reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
That's not how I would have sold it at all.
I asked Dr.
It's a bad idea.
She said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back, and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it. And
Absolutely.
She put it in great detail.
Of course. 100.
Let's talk for a moment about the motive. They have said that she has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly have been.
Of course.
But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating a hoax, or creating any of this, or making any of this up?
What could it possibly be?
They call her a gold digger, right? But she obviously couldn't have done it for the money, because first of all, remember the testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney. She said that California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage. Right. Unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you already heard from Ben, called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now, we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence. And look at page 69. Okay. It says how much he made in 2015. It was $43 million. Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your Honor, we're going to object again.
There it is. Okay, let's see it again. Well, it's like she literally sent him a letter before all this stuff went public, extorting him for more money, a car, and 3 of his houses. So, like, to say that is just so silly to me. Yeah, it's just so fucking silly to me. That's what's going to happen. I mean, like, goddamn, man. Like, yeah, she really worked hard for that. Well, no, it's like, that's just the way it goes, right? But, like, it's not, like, I don't think it's about the money for Johnny Depp probably doesn't give a fuck about that, right? It's just about the fact that she's doing this and then saying it's not for the money. And I think that if it's not for the money, then why didn't you give the money away to the charities? Well, I know why. It's because it was for the money partially. It wasn't really just for the money, but the money was like, you know, now that we put it into context, it definitely matters. It's important. Let's bring that up too. Exactly. She didn't want her horrible audios to leak. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, she didn't want to look bad. I think that fundamentally it's like she obviously was looking at like having a career for a long period of time. So obviously that kind of made sense that she wouldn't really care that much about it because she'd want to look good. That's what it is, man. And it fucked up. And Lynn's going to be the last person from the other side and she'll have such a bad impression. They don't have time. I don't really think so. I mean, I feel like she's doing as good of a chance as she can. Like, I think that this is the best that they possibly can do. And they're just, in my opinion, I feel like these are half-court shots, Hail Marys. You're just trying to, you know, like, close your eyes and fucking let Jesus take the wheel. We're going to go and try to just assert the most crazy shit possible. And then maybe one person believes it. And if that happens, we win. You know, that's basically it. You know, it's like the whole idea that somebody's like, you only need to sell one thing for $1 million. You just need to find one dumb guy.
So,
First Amendment, yeah.
Do the math.
Throwing shit at the wall, hoping one thing sticks.
1.5. Yeah. What does she take? $7 million. What does she do with the $7 million? She gives it to charity. Or she intends to give it to charity. Now, they make much ado about the pledge versus donation, but both the corporate designees for ACLU and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. You know, these are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits, and that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it and because she was getting paid over the time.
But 13 months would be 2 tax seasons, and there was only one donation.
That the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters with the $100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact,
tax fraud?
Both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber, for those. Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both for $500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them, but then she got sued here and hasn't been able to because she spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges, and she said that throughout, and I elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital, they haven't expired, she can pay them whenever she wants to, and she fully intends to.
What do you think, they're going to say no?
She has to get out from under this first. Now, who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That sounds like psychological abuse to me. Now, Mr. Mandel testified that
he's misrepresenting it intentionally,
person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here. There's a few different types of damages, but one of the things that the court has talked to you about, she told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore it's very difficult to prove these. And so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract, but oh yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then they did change the script. But
She's going to say he's an idiot?
And yes, they did change it. Then he said, no, we never negotiate salaries, but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just doesn't want to admit to any of these things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition, and I hope you were listening carefully to this, was the email from James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be Mara in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the defamatory statements. When they came out, they took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, young Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser, our expert on IT, took you through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements.
2.4 now.
It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her on from that time. She lost 3 different opportunities that were being discussed with her. The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films.
True.
It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion.
True.
This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was her mega. But what happened instead? As she's going through, as it's coming out, and in that 16 months they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract. She got The Stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for The Stand. She wasn't allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other comparators, who all went way up, and by the way, all the experts admit that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it.
Yeah.
And the reason is because of the defamatory statements.
Oh, that's the reason.
So you have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said, everybody just stop talking. The producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her. We just can't get the traction, and we should have been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities. But she used the base that Amber had. So she used the $4 million from the Aquaman, the movie 3.
Then
she
16,
used the stands, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million that she could have had, instead of her star being completely extinguished. And that's what's happened to her. The emotional distress damages are even more extreme here. And that is, John Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through.
My God,
and
$50 million.
She's called a liar. Every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber yesterday and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats. Her daughter, they're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. It's everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken off, has just consumed her life. As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million or for $50 million, and we sent a message back saying, fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million because look at what you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case and just be fair and reasonable in whatever you determine by following the evidence and the instructions.
$17.
But we do ask that you fully and fairly compensate Amber for everything that she's been through, both in terms of reputation and emotional distress. The very last point is punitive damages, and you surely have those in this case. We've asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Holy shit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other.
It's food time.
And do the outside research, okay?
It's food time. Bro, she just went off. Like, I was actually kind of surprised. Like, she just went fucking wild, man. That woman was going crazy.
In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion.
Legal argument.
Think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying.
She did.
And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain,
get the bottle
you
out,
have to leave
cut
to
the
save
finger
yourself,
off.
You're a gold digger. That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you. A smear campaign that lasts to this very day.
Like all of his other previous
everything
girlfriends.
he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career.
Like all of the other ones.
That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to.
They want you to want
proof. It's not
proof.
surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did, and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence.
Let's hope that didn't
happen. I can't even imagine the
sake.
sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving.
Let's hope that didn't happen for their sake. Oh, man.
Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018? That's the question. Mm-hmm. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You simply cannot.
Wow.
You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America
Surprised you went for
without
that.
being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through. So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you
That's
have to
crazy
follow.
that he's going for this. Oh my God.
This is the op-ed piece.
This is like
I'm
a
not going to read
half-court
it to
shot
you again. You heard me
on the
read it
buzzer.
to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focused on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. Mm-hmm. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article.
But they talked specifically about the online edition. That was the explicit thing. It's like they're arguing against something that wasn't an argument.
This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp.
Easy.
So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp, and you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them,
playing on that technicality.
Number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out.
Well, what happened 2 years ago, man?
Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article. And think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse. Designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath.
Then there it is.
To speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp.
How is a lie a foundation for another lie?
Representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true.
What?
Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment
lost his job.
Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it.
Oh my God, man.
Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp.
Yes. Okay.
She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship.
But it's all about him.
None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp.
Yes.
And she accused him of abuse. That doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself.
Then why did everybody think that?
Mr. Depp is right in virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends.
First Amendment.
She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him.
So it was contextualized around that.
That's the only evidence presented about Ms.
To
Heard's
avoid
motive,
liability.
except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience, having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer.
Other people.
And then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen.
You're right.
This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp.
It wasn't hidden.
This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false, and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute.
Okay.
The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018 said, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. A few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that.
Well, you heard her testify.
They're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people
and she
who
lied.
suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article,
moralized
and you
to
can
them
read
more.
the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said
Calls
she
the
experienced
jury
by the time she
disgusting.
was college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp.
Victim blaming. Oh my God.
Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write, that contained something that had nothing, that was not about him. And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this.
What he did.
This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says, opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article.
Yes.
Ms. Heard said you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper.
That's true.
So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link.
So she had to do it.
The jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think.
But she added text, which is what the judge said.
And the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now.
We're going to go into a
the
technicality.
republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication.
That's not what she did.
But adding content to a linked article may constitute republication.
You
must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
Is the audience
there was no
on Twitter?
Content added to the article. She tweeted above the article simply saying, today I published this. That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content.
Let's throw out a red herring.
But I guess it's
Good
no
idea.
surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability.
That's what he's always
done.
done.
Here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. But here we are.
But that's what you're doing with Adam Waldman.
And you can decide this case without ever
You're doing the
wading
exact
into
same
any
thing.
of the allegations, the facts, the evidence that you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and that they're protected by the First Amendment. But
Let's
Mr.
burn
Depp brought
Amber.
this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear.
Johnny Depp hates the
If
Constitution.
Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time. And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse.
This is a good argument for him.
Financial abuse.
This is a good argument for him.
Sexual abuse. That's what we're talking about. Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood.
Yep.
As they referenced, his mother called him one eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one eye worse than what he did to Miss Heard? Absolutely not. You'll remember his expert, Shannon Curry, agreed with all that.
Contextualize. He's like 8 years old.
And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Miss
child,
Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence.
What a joke.
By Miss Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Ms. Heard. She said that the test showed that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Ms. Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life, in
Another
their career.
buzzword.
By intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen. She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Ms. Heard. And that's ridiculous.
That's his strongest argument right there. That's his strongest
argument. So let's
argument.
look at some of that evidence. And like I said, you can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the
They only need to win one, but he has to win everything.
Some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth, his own words or the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof.
Okay, here we go.
As we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about whether you think Ms. Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying
both
to trick
wrong,
you into
he's wrong.
thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win. Even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be. And that's not what you're being asked to decide.
Yep.
One time, ladies and gentlemen. One time.
Please.
He abused her one time. Amber wins.
36 for 10.
Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship. So let's look at how the relationship was.
Wait, I thought you just said he said it to his friend.
You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that."
Wait, what?
This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course he did.
Of course.
Even though he wrote the text under it that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he bookended their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen,
But he's not even
these
saying that
words
to her.
are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp.
America's favorite pirate.
This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that she
Oh my God.
couldn't take it anymore. Decided that she needed to leave him.
Yes.
And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation.
Shit.
And she's going to get it. He says, "I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her."
Uh-huh.
It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept. That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it.
Uh-huh.
Now, Miss Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times.
Was this verbal comments?
First it started,
Not even
they
towards her.
were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when
right about
everything
that.
was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return.
Is he a monster or
You
a
heard
pirate?
about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012 when Miss Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona Forever and had been changed to say Wino Forever. And she laughed. And she said, and he slapped me across the face. She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said,
oh, yeah.
I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before. That's what he said to her during that first incidence of violence.
Yeah.
But you don't just have to take
I heard
what
that.
Mr. Depp
Oh, wait.
said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Miss Heard.
Here we go.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get on the stand and say that that was Miss Heard's term. She made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him, because she didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, I thought I put the monster away. And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, thank you, my darling Kipper. He says, I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within.
Okay.
He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders, he liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, she thinks my Peruvian period, which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that means him using cocaine, has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, need to discuss the news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that.
He knows that.
I
feel that way too.
And tried to deny that to you.
Yeah.
Talk about the lack of accountability.
Hell yeah, I think that.
Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
Okay, let's see it. Okay, here we go. This is the worst Elden Ring boss transition ever.
What happened?
Motherfucker.
What happened?
He's just ignoring her. He's just fucking ignoring her. He doesn't want to talk to her. Okay.
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
Look at her trying to make sure it's in the frame.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy.
She moved it out of the way.
Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really? See that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker?
I didn't. You were Smashing shit.
Bye.
And then he
See
beat
Mr.
the shit
laughing
out of
in
her
that?
as soon as she turned it
She's not
off.
laughing in that. Mr.
Yeah.
Depp in this courtroom right now
As
is
soon as
laughing
she
and
turned
making
it off, he
snide
beat
remarks
the
at
shit
that
out of
video
her.
that's being played. But it's not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse.
It's
And
the
their response is,
it's not the cabinet on trial.
She sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of. And she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it. Ms. Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth.
Come on,
Who
bro.
would want that to become public?
You know you can buy Wi-Fi in a plane. That doesn't mean that it was necessarily her. It could have been a publicist
Again,
too.
in order to find for
Oh
Mr.
my
Depp,
God.
you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You'd have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true within the past 12 months.
Okay.
They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa.
Okay. Oh my God.
This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013. When Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this.
Yeah.
I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep.
She did.
He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk, and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp.
He smokes weed?
This is Mr. Depp.
Hold up.
And all you hear from Mr. Depp when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance. Victim blaming. Blaming Ms. Heard for taking this picture up and for trying to help. So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one. In March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her.
No blood.
We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Ms. Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner. And he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast.
Okay.
And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed...
Who's trying to get in character?
...their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car. And he's howling like an animal, Miss Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse.
What is this, man?
Let's go back to this, because Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him.
Almost.
They've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Ms. Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, oh, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Ms. Heard was delusional.
So let's say his sister lied for him.
She's nothing
Same
but an
to you.
enabler. The same with Sean Bett, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Bett who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures.
Is he on trial for being a drug addict?
Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Ms. Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Ms. Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Ms. Heard. She didn't do that.
Neither did she.
Because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that.
He
left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something.
We all know.
Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said.
Okay.
That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him. He testified about a video link on the stand. And I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do.
He does.
He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them.
Except the
And they're
most
telling
compelling ones.
you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side.
Mm-hmm.
Just as we previewed they would do in the opening.
Of course.
But Mr. Depp
it's
would go
all a
through periods where he would
conspiracy.
apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige
on Johnny's payroll too.
Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this.
Uh-huh. Okay.
There's no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life.
Okay.
But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it.
Yeah?
You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Miss Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did.
Uh-huh.
And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face.
Yeah.
Look at the date that this picture was taken,
That's
ladies
true.
and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013. 15 days after this incident.
But there's still a bruise.
So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more.
So
This
she
is
took a
2-week-old
picture
bruise.
15 days later?
And she texted, look who she
What?
texted that to. She texted to her mom. They say she never
Oh,
told
bringing
anyone.
up two dead moms. That's good.
Text to mom, March 23rd,
Wow.
2013. Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire. And everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking. And Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom.
Here
he
we go.
slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there, and no, sorry, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer.
Wrong page
He
of
did
the
what
script.
He called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted her, then trashed the trailer.
Ah.
And you heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago,
This Morgan
who said
Knight
it was
person.
$62 of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial.
That's not
There was
true.
way more than $62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington.
That
Whitney
didn't
Heard,
happen.
Whitney Enriquez and Amber about him trashing the trailer.
How
And
can
it's
you
not
just
really a
lie like
surprise.
that?
The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The
He
man's
said he didn't
admitted
reach
that
out.
he smashed
No.
hotel rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions.
From 1995.
So in Hicksville, the Hicksville was late May 2013. This is a text, another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
It's impressive. He's not even stopping.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I keep going?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Keep telling the story. Weave us a tale.
That's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next. This, remember the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht on the island in the Bahamas in 2013.
Stream snipers.
When Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his
It's Amber Alert. Oh my God.
Lily Rose, his daughter.
Oh my God, bro.
Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this. That he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the sidewall of the bedroom.
Oh my God.
Held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, "I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment."
Damn.
That's what he said.
How could he do such a thing?
And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of
Amber Alert during our closing.
calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her for trying to protect his daughter.
Yeah, there it is.
Sickening. This text, let's fast forward a little bit to
Officer
before we talk
Squarehead.
about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp.
The
she
one
learned her
time.
lesson.
It's only
when
once.
he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, or maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger.
He only takes his rings off whenever he hits her.
And so, in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On 2013, in London, Mr. Depp...
Is this me or them? I'll refresh.
On 2013, in London, Mr. Depp...
The fuck? Is it on them? It's them? Okay. Give me a second. I'll open up another one. Bro, like, this shit's so laggy, I don't know what this is. This is nuts. I might just pause this, open up the other one.
Mentioned in this case by Mr. Depp about Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Well, this is why she didn't want him to leave, because he goes off with his friends and he twists off, as he calls it, and goes on a multi-day bender. That's why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that, and she could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident.
Sorry, we're good now.
Mr. Depp was jealous that she was filming a movie with James Franco. Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board that plane, and it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man. It was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window. She was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she? He kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out.
Again. That's the real
Play
monster.
221, please.
The werewolf. Evidence? No, that's it. Johnny makes the evidence on it. Or not her. Okay. It sounds like somebody who's drunk and high on an airplane.
He expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happen throughout, where he doesn't remember what happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA.
Yeah.
No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne, and what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well, I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can't throw everything out.
He expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at his text to Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits, and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day. Shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her.
Dude, I'm trying to make it as good as possible. I had to swap it again.
Showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time. This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai.
I mean, he said insulting and screaming.
Slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her. And he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case.
Yep.
February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it.
Okay.
He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding.
It's a bad joke.
These are excerpts from DX353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial.
Why?
They're
Couldn't you have called on him to testify?
And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember, you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off, when he says, need more cocaine and ecstasy.
That's kind of frozen.
And no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10
How many
over
fit
the
in your
course
hand?
of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup. And then she said that she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with a desk phone and suggest that that was it. It's deception.
Okay.
They're trying to deceive you. And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house. But not before what happened before she went to bed that night. Where Ms. Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure on my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken.
Tell her story in the most dramatic way possible and hope they believe it. That's very cute.
This is the next morning.
Wow.
This is what he wrote with the bloody stump of his finger. And there's been
the bloody stump of his finger.
To cut the finger off. But frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations.
The Elden Lord.
Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle.
I think that kind of matters.
Where that canopy is, and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that.
The expert doesn't.
But here, he writes about her ambition, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber, who talked about controlling jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again.
The mirror.
And they try to blame her and say that she wrote Call Carly Simon. She didn't write that. Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told. This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career.
What?
He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013,
this is
he tells his
outrageous.
sister, I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. He tells her in this recording,
this is outrageous. What is this?
If you look at the bigger picture, what is it? I become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth. This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein, his therapist, called him self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil.
This is the vibe
jealous. I get. And I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous, you can see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He
This is
didn't
the
want her
vibe
to
I
have
get.
any career. And then he says things
fucking
like,
ridiculous.
I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury.
Mm-hmm.
No one hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, which do not include injury. But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again, because they're the most vulgar, vile writing you can imagine.
Yep.
He said, that's not my style. I wouldn't write like that. Of course he would. And he did. These are texts
Of
that
course he
produced,
would.
that he gave to
Of
Amber
course.
and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Deuters. This is the way he thinks about women.
Oh,
This,
now it's
not what you
now
heard
it's
on
about
the
all
stand,
women.
That. It's disgusting.